In terms of my hobbies, I enjoy having good communications, like communicating with people. I love socializing as well, but I'm also somebody who likes to do my work also. Thank you.
Thank you, Linton. I realized I've been calling you Alphonse, so you didn't even correct me. I'm so sorry. So it's Linton Alphonse. Okay, good, good. Thank you. All right, so I noticed for the most part, in terms of what everybody has said, everybody likes to discuss, you know, the conversation, which is going to be a good thing because this course is highly theoretical, so we discuss a lot of issues, right? And we also have to do quite a bit of reading. That's the other thing, right? It's, as you know, the summer program is very intense, right? So it's going to require quite a bit of work from your end, from both of our ends, right? But in terms of keeping up with the reading, that is going to be critical because all of our classes are going to be based on what we have read and then the discussions that come forth from those. But you will enjoy the discussions because you all like to talk and be in conversation. So that's great, all right? Linton, did you tell me what your area, particular science area is? Did you share what your particular science area is? I know
agriculture. I teach agriculture.
Oh, okay. So you and I are both.
Yeah, agriculture science.
Okay, that's great. That's great. All right. So we can start off with a little exercise, and then we're going to share. All right. So it's just a little ice break of sorts. I'm going to give you a starter sentence, and I'm going to ask you to complete it with a metaphor or an analogy or a simile or anything you like. So the first thing, we're going to complete the sentence. And the start of the sentence is, science is like, right? So science is like whatever. And you're going to complete that. And then in 2 more sentences, I want you to just elaborate on what you have said. Right? So science is like, and then you use 2 more sentences just to elaborate on what you said in the first sentence. Clear? Everybody got that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. All right, so I'll give you just a few minutes. I'll do it as well, and then we'll share. All right, are we finished? It doesn't have to be anything groundbreaking, it's okay.
Okay, I'll start.
Okay, that's Sandro?
Yes.
Okay, yes, Sandro.
I said science is like job hunting because first you have an idea of what career path you want, which is like coming up with a hypothesis. And then you do the study and the research and you network with people and you write your resume, which is sort of like you're planning what you're going to do. And then you apply for the job, which is sort of testing out what your plan was, and you go to a job interview. Then if you get the job, then that's successful. Your hypothesis was right. But then if you don't get the job, then you have to go and try again and retest and retool. And then eventually when you do have a job, you actually go to work, which is like applying whatever you've come up with. So that's why I think it's like a job interview, job hunting.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like it. I like it. All right. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Like job hunting. It's pretty good. All right, well, let's go next. Linton, would you like to share yours now?
Still, let somebody else go. I'll go after.
Oh, you want somebody else to go ahead of you?
Yeah.
All right. I'm not sure who else we have. Ashley, are you there? No. Jason?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm here.
Hi, Jason.
Yes, hello. I think Ashley was here. Ashley was just speaking, actually.
Oh, you were speaking?
Ashley.
Hello?
We couldn't hear you, though.
Hi. I guess you can compare it to brewing, like brewing beer. You add different ingredients like yeast, hops, some sugar, wheat, and then you have a result. And just like teaching, education, once it's consumed, it can intoxicate the mind or it can take over the mind. So I guess that's an analogy in itself. So you have different concepts of teaching, just like different ingredients. You let it simmer, you let it brew, and then you have a result which affects the person.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Ashley. All right, I'm going to ask us though, if we're not speaking, to mute our mics because just now we had a little bit of feedback. All right, okay, Jason.
Yes. Mine was pretty simple, but I just said science is like the five senses. It's a way of interacting with the world around us.
You finished?
Yeah, that was it. That's all I had.
Okay, all right, no problem, no problem. Short and spicy. And who wants to go next?
I'll go next. That's okay.
Okay, who is that now?
Ava, that's Ava.
That's Ava. Yes, Ava.
It's for you. I think there's a paper on it from Miss Burns.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Samuel?
I've just seen somebody trying to get, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm trying to get them to mute their mic. Samuel?
Yes. Yes, good morning.
Hi. All right.
I was having difficulty because I didn't get no email.
All right. Welcome, Samuel. We started.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we're sharing a little bit. So can you just mute your mic for a minute? All right, Abba is going to speak.
Okay. Science is like an unplanned adventure. You never know where you will end up on this journey. However, when you reach the summit, it's an rewarding and unbelievable experience.
That's good.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Samuel, we were just sharing. We started with just a statement. Science is like, and you get to complete it, and then in 1 or 2 sentences you explain what you mean by what you say. So can you do it off the top of your head? Or let me try to get somebody else to go ahead of you while you think about it. All right. All right, Vanessa. Vanessa?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi. Very quiet. All right. Would you like to go ahead?
Okay, science is like a puzzle. You have to find the pieces, fill in the gaps to be able to see the big picture. Your microphone is muted, so we can't hear you.
Oh, yes, that's true. Okay. I was saying that I can't see you. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you, but the sound quality deteriorates if we have our video on.
Okay. All right. No problem. All right.
Your microphone again.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Samuel, go ahead. Turn your mic on, Samuel. Yeah.
I said I'm just listening.
Yeah, I'm asking you to share now.
Okay. From what I understand is, to me, science is about life. It's about understanding everything around us. And for us to able to make maximum use of living, then we have to know science. Because everything around us is about science. So the air we breathe in, everything is about science. So for us to able to make maximum use of our surrounding, then we have to know science.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right,
Yep.
let's see. Have I got everybody?
Where is it?
Okay, I think I could go.
Yeah, I think that's all of us. All right. Well, I said that science is like the engine of a car. It makes possible the release of great potential. It allows you to enter the unknown and to go where no one has gone before. Right? So that's looking at what science can do, what science enabling, providing an enabling environment or an enabling force to make things possible. All right, and in this course, what we're going to be talking about is really about what science is like for the most part. We're going to spend most of our time talking about what science is like. So it's important to just get a beginning understanding how you feel about science, And as we go throughout the course, you're going to be reviewing and revising, hopefully, as we talk about and discuss new ideas, and you incorporate those ideas into your schema, right? That your views on science will be shaped by what we discuss and what we talk about. All right? So, welcome everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the course. I'm going to, all right, I have to, just give me a second. All right, I'm just attempting to share my screen with you, so just give me a second.
Are you able to pull your microphone any closer to you so that it's not as much echo?
Sorry, that was very muffled. That was very muffled. I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I was asking, is there any way that you can move your microphone closer to your body so that there's not as much echo?
Oh, if I could do what with my microphone?
Can you bring your microphone closer to your body so that there's not as much echo?
Oh,
echo.
Okay, all right. How is that better? Because I don't actually have an instrument. Is that better? Yeah.
I can hear you talking, it's just a bit of echo feedback.
I'm getting a lot of feedback. Well, your sound is very fuzzy. I can hear everybody else, but yours is very fuzzy. That's Ashley, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. When the technician gets back, I will ask him to check on it.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, PowerPoint?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. All right, good. All right, so as I said, the course is the history of science and science teaching. And what I'm going to send you some things because I want us to talk about the course outline, right? And the expectations in terms of the assignments and that kind of stuff, which I have in Google Drive. I need to share them with you. But I'm just making myself, for the first time, getting familiar with the Zoom technology. So it's going to take us a little bit of time just to work through. But I'm sure by Thursday we have all the kinks worked out. All right? So I'm going to ask you to be a little bit patient. Okay, let me know if you have got in your email a folder just now.
You just sent this PowerPoint into our email?
Not the PowerPoint. I sent a folder.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Not yet. It might take a few moments if it's big.
Right. Okay. All right. So let's hang on a little bit. Somebody said yes?
Somebody's asking if you sent it to University of West Indies email or our personal email.
Personal.
Don't see it yet.
All right. Just make sure. Sandra's slordlord@yahoo.com. That's your Sandra, your email? That's correct. Okay. Who got it?
Yeah, I just got one email from you.
You got it, Ashley?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, let's just wait a bit.
I haven't gotten anything.
You haven't? Hold on, please. JPI 07A. All right. All right, I can try resending. Oh, I think I have.
Okay, I got an email.
You got it now, Linton?
Yes.
Okay, good, great. Jason resent it.
I still don't see it.
All right, hold on. All right, Jason, let's just confirm. It's JPI 07A.
Yeah, I just got it. I got it.
Okay, you got it. All right.
Thank you.
All right, who else? I need to check that everybody has it.
Samuel, Dominica.
Do you have it, Samuel?
No.
I still don't have it either.
Send it again. Samuel and Sandra. Vanessa? Vanessa is here?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you get it?
Yes, I got it. When people are opening the HTML file, which is the first one, you have to actually download it. You can't just view it in Google Docs. You get a load of code.
Okay, yes.
Also, the links in Myth of Science, none of them work.
The link to?
The links that you've got in, I think, the fourth document, the Myths of Science, none of those links work. They all go to file not found.
Okay, no, they're not links. It's okay. It's just underlined. That's all right.
Okay.
Okay. Tracy? No? Have you got it?
I'm having problems, but Vanessa's, I'm in the same room with Vanessa, and she is trying to guide me through all of this.
Okay, you need to actually download this.
I didn't hear that.
I haven't gotten it yet because I can't figure out how to download it. Vanessa is helping. Did you get that?
It was very muffled.
You put your hand in the microphone.
She said she hasn't figured out how to download as yet, so Vanessa is helping her.
Oh, okay. All right. Have you got it now, Sandra?
Thank you.
That's Ava. That's Ava.
Ava, everybody has got it?
Yes, I've got it now.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it now. All right, so do we all have it?
Yeah, but you can't view it properly as we open it. I guess when you go into Word or whatever, you can view it properly. But for now, you can just see it.
All right.
Yeah.
What I want us to do is to look at the course outline. I want us to just talk about it for a little while.
Or if you have it, you can probably put it up on the screen and just let everybody see it on this shared screen.
All right, let's try that then.
Yeah. Because we've seen the history, maybe the second slide, we can use the second, third, fourth slide. I'm not sure if it's there. You can, you can see it if you share the screen.
Okay, all right.
I can see the folder in the email that you sent, but there's nothing in the drive.
All
like
right.
when I open it, there's nothing there.
There's nothing. All right. Okay. Let me see if I can get it there and share it. Let's see. Let me go in. Get my screen to move. I lost my screen just a minute. All right, I've opened it. I don't know if you can see it. Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes, I can hear you.
Can you see it?
We just see you at the moment. No shared screen yet.
What were you seeing just now? Did you see the course outline? Because I opened it.
Yeah.
You saw it? All right. Let me put it back up then. Okay.
Just seeing you at the moment.
All right, I'm clearly having some technical issues. Let me just try to see. Are you seeing the course outline now? Is anybody there?
No, no. Did you share your screen?
Yeah, I want you to see the course outline.
No, I'm not seeing it. I'm not sure if anybody else.
I
can see it in my email.
I just got an invitation to edit the course outline, but I can't see it on the screen here.
Okay. All right, so what I will do, since that is giving us some issues, I will proceed. What do you see now? Just tell me what you see now.
Just seeing you.
Oh, just me?
Yeah, but I've downloaded it, so I can see it.
Okay, I think I've lost my screen because I can't see you anymore. All right, just give me a moment. I'm just having a few issues. Somebody's coming to help, right, to fix it. So just sit tight. Alright, the person coming to sort it out has no comments yet. Has anybody been able to download the course outline? From the
Yes, I
document?
can see the course outline in my email. I can see it.
Alright, can everybody see it? Because I don't want us to be spending so much time, dead time.
I'm good. I have it. I've downloaded it.
Yes, I could see it.
What about you, Jason?
Yeah, I downloaded it.
Oh, so we all have it then? Pretty much.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So let's just start briefly. So as you can see from the course outline, essentially, are you getting a feedback? I'm getting some feedback here from someone's mind. I don't know. All right, but essentially the course is divided into 4 big units. And the first unit is we're going to be looking at the nature of science. All right. So for this week, I hope that we'll be able to spend this week looking at the nature of science and for somebody's mic is on. Jason, check your mic.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Okay, good. Yeah. Right. So for this week, today and Thursday, we will complete the nature of science and actually start induction and falsification on Thursday in the latter part of the class. And then the induction and falsification will take us a little while, but I've tried as much as possible to give equal time to each. Although the third block, the third unit is very, very big, so that is going to take up much of our time. All right, but essentially we have 4 units and we have 4 weeks, so we're going to try to distribute it as best as we can over that period. All right. If you look at the assessment, so look at how the course is assessed. Have you seen that? Yeah. Okay. All right. So there are 3 assignments. So what I'm thinking is that at the end of this week, you'll have the first assignment. All right. And the first assignment is a fairly easy assignment, which values 20% of your grade. As you realize, the whole course is by assignments. There is no final examination, which is a good thing, I think. And so I'll give you the first assignment at the end of this week. All right, just hang on a sec and I'll continue. I'm going to talk with the technician. Okay. All right, guys, took a little while. Can you see the course outline screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. All right. So I was talking about the assessment quickly. So the first assignment, as I said, is a written assignment that is going to be based on what we will be doing in this first week, and that value is 20%. And then the second assignment has two parts really. It's 10% is something that you will write outside of class, another 10% is something that you are going to write in class. All right, so during the class time, I'll allot you an hour, you will write on a topic, but you get the assignment before. And then the third assignment is a big assignment because as you see, that is worth 50% of the marks, right? So that is going to be comprise development of different resources that we can use in the course, seminar presentations, in addition to reading a written piece based on the presentation, etc. And you will know that readings and contributions to discussion that will bring a 10% mark. But really the whole, as I said before, the whole course is really one huge discussion. So I am hoping that everybody will participate very, very, very vibrantly and that we just really have a great time. All right, so I'm going to pause now and ask you if you have any questions.
Yes, for assignment number 2. Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Could you clarify a bit for me? Assignment, I'm not sure I'm clear on the second one.
Okay, so what is going to happen is that I'm going to give you the assignment, and essentially what will happen, you have 10% of that assignment will be based on something that you write on outside of class, right? Related to the course. When you get the assignment, you'll see it's going to really be based on a case that you're given. So you write on that outside of class, but the other 10%, you will come to class, you will get a question before you know that you're going to do in class. At least you have the course content. And then you will come to class, you'll get a case that you haven't seen, but you will apply what we have discussed in class to the case.
Then
it's like a test, actually. So we could probably call it, it's like a test. All right, but it's really a case.
So you do an oral presentation, you write it and submit it to you or something?
Right, you write it. So you come, you write it. You get a question paper and you write on the case that you are provided with.
And upload it to you.
Right. So we'll sort out, you know, how exactly it's going to work. Well, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions so far on any aspect of the course? Oh, all right. While you're thinking about it, the course container actually had expressed a concern about the course container. It's not up as yet. The persons who are responsible are still working, and hopefully by the end of today, that will be up. So that what will happen is that I'll just upload all the stuff that we need ahead of time into the container, so you'll be able to access it. So in terms of not being able to download stuff as we had, just we shouldn't have that, because we would have, accessed it ahead and you would have those things at hand. All right. So no other questions?
That'd be good.
Yes.
And maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe if we can probably have it in our personal email that you just sent it to, it might help, because sometimes you have a quick 5 minutes between a class whilst you're teaching, you could probably check to see, yes, I do have something that I need to look at, so it might be better, or both places, I'm not sure.
Right.
You can actually have a look and see that I'll go, I have a message, I have notes or something, because of the number of courses, and it's every day, because the rest of the students, I think from Monday to Thursday, it's hours and hours and hours. So sometimes you might get a little break. You want to check into your personal email to see if you have anything any messages or something like that. That would be nice.
Yes, I agree. So I'll do both then. So I'll upload to OUR Daily and I will also send it to you.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
Okay, no problem. All right. All right. So if there are no other questions, anybody? All is well so far?
All is good.
All right. Okay, good.
Right. So you don't have to stop to mute and stop to unmute. So you can click on it.
I just leave it.
Right. So it will retract. When we use a mouse and hover over the top, it will come down. So the option will always.
No, it's just I didn't want them to like if they're discussing.
Okay.
Okay. Person?
Just come on.
No, this.
You want to stop sharing?
I want to share this.
Oh, so right, that's fine.
Okay.
Same session.
All right. Okay, so let's begin to look at our first unit then. These are the objectives for today that we hope to achieve. We hope that at the end, you'll be able to provide 3 valid reasons for the inclusion of science in education. That shouldn't be too difficult. Give at least 2 points supporting the use of history of science in science teaching. Talk about what the nature of science is and discuss at least 3 key aspects of the nature of science. Right?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Are we supposed to be seeing that on the screen?
Yes.
Because I'm just seeing the first slide, the history of science and science teaching. It's not, I'm not sure if it's on the slide 2 because we cannot change it. I guess you'll have to go to it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, we can see that. Yeah, the objectives.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. So yeah, so these are the objectives for today. I don't think they're too onerous. I think we should be able to get through. If we don't, we just finish up on Thursday. All right. So just bear these in mind. We'll come back to them at the end when we're wrapping up. All right. So we're going to have a little discussion in a little while. But here we have a question. What arguments would you give? Can you give? Would you propose for including science in the school curriculum? So in other words, why science? All right. So we're all teachers of science, and the question is, why science? Is science really important? Do we need to include it in the curriculum? So I want you to think about it for 3 minutes or so, all right, and see, come up with your best arguments, 1 or 2 arguments, why science should be included in the school curriculum, all right? Everybody has that? Is everybody there?
Yes.
All right, Sandro?
Yes.
All right, Tracy?
Yes.
Tracy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Vanessa?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Ashley? Ashley? All right, Samuel?
I'm here.
Yes, Ashley. Samuel?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, and Linton and Apple?
Estoy.
I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, so 3 minutes and then we'll share. All right?
All right.
Was that enough time, or do you need a minute more?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Ready? Everybody's ready?
We're ready.
All right. So let me just check on a few people. Linton, are you ready? Linton? Linton, we can't hear you.
Yes, I said yes.
Okay, we didn't hear you. Samuel, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, Jason?
Yes.
Okay, Sandro?
Yes. One reason is to develop an inquiring mind, to ask why, and so develop a yearning to find out or explain why things happen. Another reason is to develop your thought process. There's a process to inquiring, there's a process to discovery, and it also develops certain abilities and skills that you need. And finally, it improves living standards, and of course, particularly in terms of technology, which makes life easier. That's what I have.
All right, Sandra, thanks. Does anybody have any questions? We can just discuss any questions that arise from what Sandra has shared so far, and then we just continue. Or any comments based on what she has said? Are you there?
No comments from me. So it's good actually.
Yeah, I had a comment, I guess, just furthering her thought on the point that she made about just developing students' way of thinking.
Right.
I was thinking about like Bloom's taxonomy, and it helps to develop higher order thinking, like critical thinking and analysis and synthesis and evaluation and stuff like that.
Okay. So I have a question then. The development of these skills, is this something that is unique to science, or could it be could those skills be developed in other disciplines, for example, in the arts, in other subject areas? Would those areas facilitate the development of similar skills?
I'd say yes. It can be.
Okay, all right. So it's not something that is the development of particular, well, of some skills that's not necessarily unique to science, but do we think that there are specific skills that science develop? You guys can think about it for a moment before you respond. But are there specific skills that are unique to science? Science will help to develop those skills.
I would think the skill of inquiry, of wanting to know would be very, very applicable to science, because you want to know if you mix this chemical with water or some other thing, what will happen, and you have the results. So you have the skill of inquiry would be very useful in science.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to share, add to that, or not, or disagree, as the case may be?
Well,
Yes, basically science is all around us. Science can help us discover why things happen. Science is what's keeping us alive. Digestion, nutrition, all the hormones that are in our body, all of that has to do with science. So from the air we breathe to the things we eat, to the mechanisms, the mechanics of the devices that we're using, it's all science. So science is fundamental, and it's a higher level of understanding everything that's around us. So in order to be able to progress in our understanding of life, science is fundamental. It has to happen.
Okay. All right. Okay. So what I have basically from what Sandra has shared, the inquiring mind is a big part of, and a number of persons seem to agree with that science helps to develop the the skill of inquiry and to develop this an inquiry mind, a skeptical sort of approach, a questioning sort of approach, and also looking at the development of higher order skills, right? And well, we also have that is just vital to our just life in general, right? In terms of it's coming together, it's amalgamation with technology to enhance the quality of life. So that's what I have so far. All right. So somebody else can go ahead and share, especially if you have something that is another argument that is different than what has been put forward before. In terms for the inclusion of science in the school curriculum.
Okay.
Is someone good? Go ahead, Ava.
Sorry. I just have that science is critical for the continuation. Ava, sorry, Ava. Yes. It is critical for the continuation of civilization as we know it today. It is responsible for major breakthroughs or discoveries in all spheres of life, especially in the medical field. It creates limitless possibilities for development of the mind, the body, and the soul. It also gives us a practical guide of how things are done, how to improve it, or whether we should discard it. Without science, we will be unimaginative, dull, boring, stagnant. And I also said we might not be in this class because through science we're able to visit the classroom without actually physically being there. So I make it applicable to the classroom because who would have thought that now we can set our homes or wherever we are today and have an online class and you know, without, as I said, being the physical sense. So it has allowed us to access education and remain relaxed without all the stresses of all the classrooms and stuff like that. So very applicable to now, to reality. It's relevant to me now, especially.
Okay, great. Yes, thanks, Eva.
Yeah.
All right. Who would like to go next?
It's Tracy.
Yes, Tracy.
Mine is fairly similar, but I think that we need to inspire an interest in students to learn and understand all these things, so that they want to take care of the world. I think you go right from the micro, the small decomposers to how the body works to taking care of the planet. So if we can inspire an interest, and they can take care of these things that are important.
Okay, so more sensitization to the big issues then.
Pardon?
A sensitization of our people to the bigger issues.
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right, good, great, good job. All right, just go ahead as soon as somebody's finished. So if you want the next person to share, you can just go ahead.
Okay, it's Vanessa. It teaches about the process of problem solving. So how to formulate the question, which would be your hypothesis, how to come up with an answer to that question, so experiment, and then what those answers mean would be conclusion.
Hold on, Vanessa, sorry. Somebody's mic is on. If you're getting a feedback from Vanessa. All right, go ahead, Vanessa. Sorry about that.
Do you need me to start over?
Pardon me?
Did you need me to start over?
Yeah, it was very muffled.
Okay, so it teaches about the process of solving problems. So how to design the question that you want to answer, hypothesis, how to actually come up with an answer, which would be the experiment, and then what that answer means, which would be the conclusion. And while you can do that in other subjects, because it's so fundamental to science, it's a basic scientific thing. In other subjects like art, you'd actually have to go above and beyond what you would normally teach in school.
Okay, good, thanks. All right, who else?
Yes. Samuel, Dominica.
Yes, Samuel.
Yes, and it also helps us to understand the law of nature, because without science, we may not be able to differentiate between gravity, because everywhere we go, we know the gravity may not be the same. But through science, we know that gravity, what we call gravitational force, exists, and also help us to know, understand about energy, that we have different forms of energy, and energy cannot be destroyed, and also how energy can be transformed from one form to another. So science has really helped us understand our environment very well, because without science, there's a lot of things that cannot be done now.
All right, thanks, Samuel. Anybody else want to take a shot?
Jason from Bermuda.
Yes, Jason.
I can't remember if somebody may have mentioned it, but I was just thinking it's important to teach students about science so that they can be informed citizens, just especially in the Western world, because the government and people in power make decisions based on science, and it affects the rest of society. So in order for students to be informed citizens, to be able to make relevant decisions that affect society and themselves, it's helpful for them to understand science.
And could you provide us with a practical situation where the lack of just ignorance of science has led to something that is some undesirable consequences, but this is based on ignorance of science. Just any simple example. Can you think of something?
You're asking me?
Yeah, but you or anyone really. If anyone
I guess I was thinking when you were just talking about, I was thinking about like the Nazis and eugenics, where they use science to make the argument that certain races are inferior in comparison to the Aryan race, and then they use that to influence the public to hate specific races or to think that they were superior. Is that kind of what you're asking?
Well, it is an example, because perhaps their actions were based on ignorance, right? Then yes, so that works. I was thinking perhaps in terms of something. Well, my specific example that I had in mind was like concerning the environment, and for example the ozone, the hole in the ozone layer. If we think about that, that has come about through a lot of ignorance of the effects of CFCs and other halogenated compounds, right? And we didn't realize the effects that our actions were having until the situation was really bad, right? And even now, even today, there are people who are still using these different sorts of chemicals and CFCs and things that contribute to other environmental problems. And a big part of that is just ignorance. So, yeah. All right. Yeah. Anybody else on why teach science?
Samuel, Dominica?
Yes.
Yes. What comes to mind also is thank God for science to make us differentiate between living things and non-living things, which is very important, because science makes us to differentiate even the living things based on their characteristics. So science has helped us to differentiate between living and non-living things.
All right. Okay, thank you. Of course, the non-scientists might argue and say, why is that important? But yeah. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So let's just look at what one author had to say about why teach science. So we move along. All right. This is part of I sent you an article by like chevrons in the file I sent you. All right. So I want you to read what he says about why we should teach science, and then we discuss what we think of what he has said. All right. So can you do that now? Do you all have it? You all have it.
You sent in the email that you just sent us.
Right.
Okay. So we need some time for that?
Sorry?
Are you giving us some time to do that?
Yes, sure. Yes, I'm giving you some time to do that.
Okay.
All right.
Which document are you reading now?
It's in the same folder that I sent you. So the document that you want to look at, it says why teach science. The author is Jeff Barnes.
I haven't received the document yet.
Who is that? Who just said they didn't receive the document?
Ashley from Bermuda.
Ashley?
I just looked in the Google Drive that you sent us, and I don't see it.
All right, Ashley, I'm going to send it again. All right, I'll send it to you again.
Thank you.
Okay. Ashley, have you seen it?
I am unable to view it on the device that I'm on right now, but I'll look at it when I have my tablet in front of me.
Okay, all right.
If I had the information last night, I could have prepared better for today.
I'm sorry, what did you say? What did you say, Ashley? Please let me know when you have finished reading and you're ready for us to go ahead.
I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, I'll wait. I'll give everybody a minute or two.
Excuse me, Miss Stephenson. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
This is Tracy from Bermuda. I was wondering at the end of the class, maybe, would you be able to send us the PowerPoint presentation?
If you're able to get it?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, can we begin now?
You can go ahead.
Ready? All right, can we, let's see. Samuel? Samuel, are you there?
Yes, I have.
Would you mind starting this off?
Okay. Yes, I think from what I read, I understand that science can make or break the future of mankind, which is very important because everything we have today that we'll be able to develop has a lot to do with science. Why we have aeroplane on air today is science. And if anything that relates to science is not properly done, then it can also affect the future because a lot of things are sustainable because of science. For example, what comes to mind is the nuclear reactor. If it's not well controlled, it can also lead to nuclear bomb or atomic bomb. So I support his view about science can make or break the future of mankind because everything that's happened now and that will happen in the future has a lot to do with science. And if not properly done, then a terrible mistake can lead to a lot of damages.
All right, okay, thank you. All right.
We already have the bomb, Samuel. We already have the atomic bombs and everything already, yeah?
Yes. All right. Anybody else want to share on another of the reasons that Javon has put forward for teaching science? Do you want to comment on it, whether you agree or disagree with his view?
This is Sandro.
Yes, Sandro.
I agree, especially now there is a demand for professionals who are trained in science, particularly in the new and emerging fields that we have now.
Right.
But I think that beyond that, that's limiting the reasons why we should teach science, and that everyone needs to learn it, because even if you're not in a scientific field, your day-to-day life is so influenced by science and technology that you have to have a basic knowledge of it.
How far do you think we need to go with this teaching of science? Because you think about it, and you know, it is one of the main reasons why we promote the teaching of science, but some people would say, I don't really need it. So how far, in terms of grade level, how much science does a person need?
Yes. Someone, Dominica?
Yes.
Yes, I think until the student can see what we're saying, then we've not yet gotten to them. So I think we need to do everything to make sure that they can see what we're saying. And sometimes the presentation really matters. Maybe sometimes, and that's why I support the view that science is also expensive, because until they see what we are saying, they may not get the concept of science. So to me, you should go as far as possible until the snake can see. And to me, it might be very expensive for that to be accomplished because there's a lot of resources that need to put in place for that to happen.
Okay, all right. Because one of
Ashley, Bermuda.
Yes. Go ahead.
I'd like to just add, I guess it also depends on the society that you're in, as far as how far the students are being educated by law, what the requirements are, and also you have to look at the economy. What is the economy thriving off of? So maybe an economy that thrives off of the production of technological goods, maybe their culture might implement more scientific studies that allow them to look into necessary curriculum or necessary fields to support that production. So I guess that you have to look at the culture to better make a suggested or implement a area of study, you know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're muffled. You're muffled, but I think I get what you're saying, that we need to be looking at different areas of study for science rather than looking at it in a sort of broad way. Did I get that?
Basically, what I'm saying is look at the economy to make better selected choices as to how far students are required to learn science. So if there's an industry where there's a culture where the industry is more technologically advanced, then the schools may require the students to learn XYZ more than in a culture that is more agricultural.
All right. Okay, Ashley. There's a question. Where are you, and what device are you using? I know you're in Bermuda, but are you from at a center or are you from home?
Pardon me, can you repeat that?
Where are you communicating with us from? Because we're getting a huge feedback and it's very muffled. So we want to,
device.
Yeah, and what device are you communicating with us through?
I'm using a Bluetooth hands-free on my cell phone.
Actually, for the best results, using Zoom and these classes, we suggest use a laptop, a PC, and a wired connection, and not a wireless connection, or Bluetooth, because it's not coming through clearly right now.
Did you hear that, Ashley?
Yeah, he wants me to use a direct cord connection. I'll try and get that for next time.
Yes. It's very difficult for us to hear you, and it creates a very loud echo. The feedback.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
No, I'm saying it's very difficult for us to hear you. It's very muffled and there's a lot of feedback from your end. So I don't know if for the next class if you can get like a laptop or another connection. You said you're using wireless?
Yeah, I'm using a wireless hands-free device.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's not very good, but
wireless.
Yeah, we're trying to get through. All right. But yeah, okay. So let me put out there. But I was going to make a point that the point that you made actually about matching essentially the economics with the choices, because one of the issues that have come up in the Caribbean, well, certainly in Jamaica, and I suppose in your territories as well, has been that people are pursuing studies in areas for which there is not a need, right? There is not a demand. And even in science, so for example, even though we say we're studying science because, there is a need for scientists and for people who, are equipped with scientific skills, but sometimes people are studying the areas of science for which there is not a demand. So, well, one of the things certainly for us, we have a lot of teachers, science teachers, and some of them don't have jobs. And then you have people studying science in other areas that are not going to result in jobs in this country. Because at this point in time, where we are in terms of our scientific outlook, we are not looking in those areas for people to fill those posts. So do you have a similar situation where you are?
I know I'm not familiar with the other countries, but I know in St. Lucia, science teachers are always in demand. These are areas you hardly get persons in more English, maths, and stuff. But to have a science teacher being replaced, it's difficult.
Okay.
I'm not sure Linton shares the same view, especially agriculture science, my area.
Right.
It's a bit difficult to get science teachers here.
Okay, great. Okay. Samuel, do you want to share about Dominica?
Yes, I think in Dominica, the challenge is most of the science teachers don't really stay in the profession. Most of them just passing through, like most of them, they have like a dream. So they just come into teaching for some brief moments, and after sometimes they go and study. And when they study, they're not coming back. So the challenge is like there's always a demand, and most teachers don't really stay in the profession because most of them they have a dream to accomplish apart from being a science teacher.
Okay, but apart from the fact that you have high attrition, people moving out of the profession, are there sufficient?
No, it's not.
No, so there's still a demand in that area.
Yes, because like I said, most of science teachers don't really stay in the profession, so they come in and before you know they're out.
Okay.
So there's always a demand every time for science teachers.
Yeah. All right, someone from Bermuda.
It's Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa.
We have a demand for science teachers because most of our science teachers on the island are from overseas, so they only stay for a few years.
Okay.
But there's no real demand for scientists because we don't do research here. We don't do manufacturing. So while we teach it, people then have to go overseas to actually get a job.
Oh, okay. So what is the how do students feel about the subject though? Because that's one of the things that Javon is saying, that one argument for teaching science might be that young people want to study. Is that true in your case? Good. Because since you're not really using science within the country and they have to look outside of the country for jobs, etc. Are they wanting to study? Are they motivated in that direction?
I'm in the same room with Vanessa, so and I work in a school. This is Tracy, by the way. I think they're very motivated in the sciences up until the end of middle school. And then the demands become too heavy. So I think teachers do something wrong to a large portion of the children. They lose interest moving into high school. It just becomes too difficult. But there are still many that go on and do environmental law. Obviously, the doctors, the dentists. You don't hear of many Bermudians going off to be science teachers.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, Samuel from Dominica.
Yes,
and to support what Vanessa said, I think the challenge we have in Dominica is most students, they cannot see future in science because like the job is not really there for them. So I think that's why we don't have much scientists in Dominica, because the job is not there. So most students, they just like, if I'm studying science, there's no any role model they can see around them being a scientist. So that's also a challenge.
Right. So insufficient role models then.
I mean, like a profession that they can look up to. Science.
Scientific role models, persons who are scientists themselves.
No.
They don't see very many of those persons.
No.
They would be really within the traditional professions, the doctors.
Exactly, and because the money is not really in the teaching profession, so most of them are not in the teaching profession.
Right, right. All right, all right. So we're kind of exploring some issues within the Caribbean, and at the same time we're looking at Javon's article. So one of the things that the points that Javon's made for teaching science, he says it's like passing on genetic material, passing on heredity, right? So he says it's important for us to pass on this genetic material to the next generation. Genetic material, of course, in quotations. So basically, he's saying it is important then that everybody has that kind of some sort of scientific understanding. And none of us disagree with that. I think we all agree that is important. One of the things though is that a lot of the science that we teach in school science, is different from, say, everyday science. Because, for example, a lot of issues that come up in everyday, for example, you know, wars, nuclear disasters, etc., etc. We don't place a lot of emphasis on those things in our scientific curriculum, but certainly not in chemistry. Yes, Samuel.
To me, I felt like most of what happened around us is in the curriculum, because I know in physics we have to talk about radioactivity and also about atomic bomb. So most, even every they're in the curriculum, but it may depend on the subject, because most of the time most of the nuclear activities, if they're not in chemistry, they're in physics. Because in chemistry, we talk about the types of radioisotopes and their uses, and also the negative influence it can also create in the environment.
Yeah, but to a limited extent, and perhaps I should qualify then by saying this: that if we're saying that we are going for a society in general that is educated in science, because what he's really saying is scientific literacy. We need scientific literacy. That's a long and short of it. But if a student has to do biochemistry and physics, for example, or bioagri, etc., all the sciences, to be able to get a full understanding of the issues, then that would be saying everybody needs to do all the sciences. I don't think that is a practical idea. And so probably through integrated science probably would address more of these things. So for example, there was a move here for every child, every student to sit a science subject at CAC level. I think that kind of did not go very far, because not everybody's doing that now. But there was a move to do that. But I think that perhaps a subject like integrated science that basically takes in, you know, all the different sciences should have these various elements and have a part that just looks at everyday issues in science. So that when we talk about relating to everyday life, these are some of the things that we can talk about. So for example, in chemistry, as you rightly point out, and in physics, you may deal with radiation. But how often do teachers actually, you know, relate the science with the real life? Many teachers complain that they have a set curriculum, the time is tight, they won't have time for that, etc., etc. I'm just throwing out my view. Yeah, but you guys can comment. You don't have to agree.
Yeah, okay, like the radioactivity, I know in physics is one of the last topics, but because I know that in CXA, like they normally want to ask question. So I don't teach it. I don't teach it as the last topic in my class. And also, when I teach that, most of the time I tell my students to go to the hospital, at least to go and witness the radiotherapy going on, and they can ask questions because in the hospital they use radiation to treat cancer.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Anybody else on Devon's before we go on? So you can peruse this at your own leisure afterwards. I know you don't have much leisure because you have other courses, so I shouldn't say that. All right.
Can I ask one thing?
Sure.
Can people speak? It's very difficult to hear, especially Samuel. If you could speak a little louder.
Oh, if I can. Okay. Is that Vanessa?
No, it's Tracy. Sorry.
Tracy?
Yeah, because I'm only getting like every fourth or fifth word that Samuel says.
Tracy, you're a little muffled. I'm not sure why.
I'm not sure why either. I guess we're all having problems with the sound.
What device are you using?
What did she say? We're on a laptop.
On a laptop. I'm not sure. It's a little muffled though, but yeah. All right, but you say I should try to speak a little louder?
Especially Samuel. I hear Ava. When Ava speaks, I hear her clearly.
Sorry?
When Ava speaks, it's very clear. Samuel is very soft, and you're a bit muffled coming to us as well.
Oh, you're on Wi-Fi? Vanessa and Tracy?
Yes.
But we've decided we don't actually know where the microphone is, so maybe we'll work on that in the next couple of minutes.
I think I found it. Is this any better?
All right. All right, if you cannot use Wi-Fi, it would help with the transmission, all right? Because now it's coming over muffled. We're recognizing that the persons who are using Wi-Fi, the quality of the sound is not very good. So
we can't actually connect an Ethernet cable to this laptop. It hasn't got that option.
All right, that sounded muted and far away, Vanessa. All right. We have to try to work out these. All right, so we're back to our PowerPoint. Are you there?
Yes, you're here.
So I just want to make sure you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Can I make a comment, please?
Sure.
I know we all shared a while ago, but I was thinking we talked about it being expensive and people need to realize what science is, the importance of science. But I'm thinking on a much smaller scale. I don't think we need money, and we don't need, in terms of science, a whole heap of advertisements and rurara to really get the gist of science. Because I'm thinking, even my daughter, she's around, the last one is 4. So I will tell her, you know, you need to brush your teeth at night. You need to bathe, and why you need to do it at a smaller level. Because I always say, if you don't brush your teeth, you'll get cavities, and sweet is not good for you, and all this kind of stuff. So I think if we inculcate in our students, and maybe at a personal level too, and they start at a very young age of seeing the science and how it is relatable to them in their life, it will not seem foreign to the students. I think if we if we go down to the grassroots and we actually say yes, you need to brush your teeth 3 times a day because the food stick between particles will be between your teeth. You'll have cavities. That will happen to you. Do you want you to have any teeth by 20 or something like that? They said no. Well, you need to do that and explain the reason why we do certain things. Because I'm thinking everything that we do is science. When we eat, nutrition, everything. So we don't wait until the child gets to primary school or from 1 or 2. And when they choose science, it's like, oh my God, what is that? You know, and I guess that will start with the parents and the teachers that are very at grade level. Because I'm saying nobody taught the different tribes in the Amazon and these places and say, well, you know what? When you replant a tree, it will prevent soil erosion, it will do X, Y, and Z, it will trap water and stuff. They're from their own knowledge, and they never entered a university or a classroom per se, some of them, and they're better off than us. They have enough food, there's no erosion, there's no destruction, they take care of the earth, they do, things that we are supposed to do as scientists, and we don't. So I'm thinking on a smaller scale, if we start from that level, in all aspects of our life, we will actually get science to be fun, exciting for the students, and we will not need money per se. Everybody will probably want to take personal responsibility for themselves and for the fellow men. Just my 2 cents.
Okay, good 2 cents. I was thinking though that while you say that that is not expensive, but in order to be able to do that, to see science in everyday things, the parents would need to have some sort of awareness of science. And a lot of our parents don't have that awareness. So some of the things that we as scientists, right, in our own fields would take for granted because we can appreciate the importance of some things, but there are some parents who just can't because they don't have the background, they don't have an understanding that these things are important and why they're important. So they can't explain them to the children. And many times, you know how these little kids are, they will ask, why? Why do I need to do that? And if you can't supply them with a decent reason, then they don't think that it is very important. So yeah. It becomes expensive though when you have to deal with the effects of ignorance. Then science becomes really expensive. So yeah. So it's a kind of juggling. So I get what you're saying, right? But there are many sides, I suppose, to this the situation. It's not simple, cut and dry, straightforward as it seems.
Yeah, I agree. And when you say because I said so, it no longer works with the students. So because I said some your parent, it doesn't work. You have to be able to explain it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're going to move along a little bit, and then I'll ask you, when you need a break. We're going to take like a little break in a little while. But all right. So let's discourse is about the history of science and science teaching. So we have looked at why we need to teach science, but hey, why do we need the history of science? Is that important? Why is it important? Well, any ideas off the top of your heads? Do you think, well, the first thing is, do you think that the history of science is important to the teaching of science?
Yes, very important.
Why?
Why, Samuel?
Okay. Oh. What?
I was just kidding. Like anything else, I think you need to know where you came from, the progress that you have made along the years, and how it will affect the future. So it's just like a timeline to know what had happened, and you know where you stand, not to repeat the same mistakes, as I said, and to move on from there. So the history of anything is important, more so science. And then it also will have you have an appreciation and a love for where we're at your point in time, you know?
All right, so it's like having a timeline, seeing how you got to here.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, good. Anybody else?
Yes, and also I think the history of science will make the student to be aware of the time it took for the product of what we see now, so they can appreciate what they went through in those days to make what we see now, like the product of science itself. So the history is very good, so they can know where we were before and where we are now, and what it took, the life, the time. Because sometimes, like that's why I believe science is expensive. Like apart from the physical cash, the time it took for the product of what we see now to become a reality. Some scientists spend years. So it's like that's why I believe science can be very expensive, and the history will let the student be aware of what it took, the sacrifice of what the scientists have to go through to make available what we're seeing now, the product of science that's all around us.
All right. Do you think, class, everybody, do you think that we have a sufficient, given our level of sophistication and the technology, the level of technology that we operate with now, do you think that we here, that we have a sufficient appreciation of the history of science? Or that we can have a sufficient appreciation?
I agree with Avo, because you can't expect that each person is going to reinvent the wheel again. So all the scientific knowledge that has been from the past, we then take that and build up on it. That's how our culture, our society moves forward.
Yeah.
And so we're just at a stage in our development, and we will naturally move beyond that. Mm-hmm. It's just that how we are going about teaching science is probably not generating as much interest in our students, one, and two, the curriculum that we have has a lot of things that need to be upgraded for the level that we are at now in the world, so that our students can apply themselves to come up with new ideas, new inventions, because something as simple as creating an app for your Android or Google, things like that are so easy to do. They're cheap, they're not expensive, but we don't have people doing that because of how they see these things as complicated and hard. And it's very simple. And if we could teach our students that science is all about using simple things to make more complicated advances, then we would be a lot better off.
I like what you said about the interest, that the way we are teaching the science now is just not generating sufficient interest. So I have a question. Do we think that the history of science, infusing the history of science into the teaching of science, could generate some more interest?
Definitely, because I like to talk to my students about, for example, Albert Einstein, right, and the fact that his teacher said that he was dunce. Mm-hmm. And so when they realized that he had a learning problem as well, so when they realized how much struggles he had to go through to get where he was, they begin to appreciate that they can do it as well.
Right, right, yeah. All right, anybody else want to share? Let me see who has been so quiet. Linton, are you there still? Linton? Not there?
I'm there.
You're here. How are you?
Yeah.
You're with us.
I'm there.
Yes, you're so quiet. All right. Okay. So let's look at some of the reasons that put forward for why the history of science. All right. So let's make some progress. So from an article by Jenkins, these are three of the reasons that he puts forward. So we can just take a look at them. So I've asked the question, how do we think the history of science offers that humanizing element to science?
I think what Sandra just said, you kind of gave like a really good example of talking about Albert Einstein and his challenges with learning and how that enables the students to relate to him.
Right.
That's, to me, is a good example of humanizing science.
Yes. Yeah. So bringing the people and their experiences into the classroom can offer that humanizing element. So yeah. Good. On point, Jason. All right, so that is a big thing, because you know how students love stories, right? So as soon as we go off into a story, they will remind you to keep the story going for the rest of the class. So that can really inspire them and generate a lot of interest. Another thing that the history of science does, it actually straddles the divide between the arts and the sciences, because normally it is in the arts that we tell stories. Now we are incorporating those stories into our science. So actually we're kind of building a bridge between the arts and the sciences. We see how they are not the arts over there and the sciences way over there by themselves, but there is really a place, a common ground where both can come together and meet. And as I say that, I'm just thinking that that is also a good thing for our students, because many times they focus on, you know, the strict science and are not too concerned about other areas. But this history of science, incorporating this, will make them actually have a greater appreciation for other areas and make them more rounded students, which is what we're trying to cultivate, the more rounded, well-rounded students. And of course, it also provides insight into the nature of science, which is what we're going to be spending quite a bit of time talking about, right? In a little while. All right. Would you like to take a short break now, like 10 minutes? Or you want us to carry on and then take a break later on?
Yes.
Yes, to which one?
To take a break now.
You want a break now? So, all right, so everybody, we're on a 10 minutes break. Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
all
that's
right.
good.
All right, so 10 minutes and then we resume then. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Are we back?
Yes.
Okay, who is that, Sandro?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is everyone back? Could we check in?
I'm there.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here, Jason.
Okay.
Tracy and Vanessa are here.
All right, great.
Linton, I'm there.
Good. Apple? It says something was screen sharing.
I'm here. Avo. Up onto.
Oh, okay. So I was saying we're going to delve into what we mean when we talk about the nature of science a little bit more. And I was asking if you can all see the screen. It says exploring the nature of science.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, we can.
All right, excellent. All right, let's move along. All right, so so we're going to take a minute. I said a minute or two. Now what we want to write down is a definition of science that we will review in a little while. All right, so think about science, right? All the things that you think are encapsulated within science. And I want you to write down your best definition. And later on, when we are about halfway through the course, we will come back and see how our definition of science has changed, if it has. All right? So, a minute or two. All set to go?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Vanessa?
Yes, we're here.
Are you ready?
Yes, mine's incredibly short.
Oh, no problem. All right. Would you mind going ahead?
Science is the study of how the whole world works.
Okay. Study. It really is short. Very compact.
That's unusual for me. I usually waffle.
Sorry?
That's unusual for me. I usually waffle.
Okay. It's very compact. Very compact. Probably we can try to unpack it as we go through the course. All right. All right. So.
Yeah, already.
All right. We're having some interference. All right. Who wants to share theirs next?
I don't mind.
All right.
Jason.
Oh, Jason. Yeah, Jason.
I wrote a systematic way of inductively gaining and organizing knowledge about the natural world that can also be used to affect it, meaning affect the natural world.
All right, so it's a systematic way of inductively gaining and affecting knowledge of the natural world. That's it.
Inductively gaining and organizing knowledge about the natural world that can be used to affect it.
Okay, organize. All right, I don't want you to lose your definitions, right? Because we're going to go back to them later on. So keep it, save it.
Yes, I got it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you take the next one.
Okay,
Sandro?
Samuel?
Okay, go ahead, Samuel.
Okay, I write, science is the study of elements and compounds, including how they react. Also gives an explanation to the laws that guide the universe.
I didn't get the last part of that. I heard elements and compounds, how they react.
Okay, let me repeat.
Yes.
Science is the study of elements and compounds, including how they react. Also gives an explanation to the laws that guide the universe.
Okay, great. I got that clearly now. Thank you, Samuel. Next person.
You're welcome.
I have science embodies all scientific knowledge, processes, and experimental skills. It also is a method of inquiry into learning new concepts, utilizing instruments and technology.
All right, so it's a method of inquiry.
Into learning new concepts, using instruments and technology.
All right, great. Thank you, Sandra. All right, next person.
Hi, it's Tracy. I say science is the study of everything that is biological, chemical, or physical, and how they interact with each other. Basically, is any
All right. Hold on, who is this?
Who's this?
Who is speaking?
Oh, sorry, Tracy.
Who?
Tracy.
Tracy, you sound far away. Muffled.
I am far away.
Okay, you sound very muffled. All right, let me hear that again.
I said science is a study of everything that is biological, chemical, or physical, and how they interact with each other. Basically, it is anything that is not an imaginary work.
All right, I heard it's a study of living things, chemical and physical, and how they react with each other.
Yes.
I didn't hear the last part though.
It's basically anything that's not a work of imagination.
Okay, all right, good. Thanks. Next person.
Okay, Linton.
Ashley Tucker from Bermuda.
Okay, Ashley.
I wrote my participation notes, if you can't hear me, in the chat, but otherwise, state science is knowledge about or study of the natural world based on facts learned through experiments and observations. You can also look at it like she's got that down to a science. She's got that recipe down to a science. So science is a well-rehearsed ability.
All right. Okay, I'm reading it. I'm reading it actually because that was muffled. All right. So it's knowledge about or study of the natural world based on facts learned through experiments and observation. All right. Good. Thanks, Ashley.
Okay, I think I'm last person.
I think
Ava.
Yes.
Okay. I have science is the systematic way of studying nature, including all physical and biological structure present in our environment. It is not constant but dynamic. Therefore, it's always relevant to a specific period in time. All of this is done through observation and experimentation.
Okay. All right. Let me try to capture it all. It's observation and experimentation.
It's dynamic.
Right. Yes. Right. All right. So yeah, it's not constant. It's dynamic, and it's done through observation and experimentation.
Yeah.
And it's a systematic way of studying nature.
Yep.
All right. I've got it. All right. So I'm keeping a copy of it as well, so we can talk about it later on in the course. All right. Great. Thank you very much. All right. So let us proceed. All right, so in talking about the nature of science, one of the things that the literature will show us is that there's really no general consensus among historians of science and educators and philosophers, because this business of nature of science is actually a little bit, this course is actually quite philosophical, especially the first part, right? So when we begin to talk about the nature of science, we're actually a little bit into the philosophy of science. And so there is no general consensus about what they mean when they talk about the nature of science. So you can imagine how difficult it must be for us. And essentially, this comes out of the fact that there are so many different schools of thoughts and opinions, right? We have the induction, that science is by induction, or inductivism, as some people call it. There's contextualism, there's positivism, and there are very many more. So there are various opinions that have come together around science, and because of these various opinions, then people don't really agree very well about what the nature of science is. But despite that, we have some areas around which they agree, and those are the areas really where we're going to place the emphasis. All right, so we have some definitions we're going to look at. All right, so one definition of science is, one definition of the nature of science is that the nature of science is that area of science that deals with the epistemology of science. Epistemology sounds like a big word. what do we mean? Does anybody understand what we mean when we talk about the epistemology of science?
The philosophy of knowing, isn't it? Epistemology, the study of knowledge and how it's obtained and used.
That's correct. That's correct, Jason. So when we talk about the epistemology of science, how do we arrive at scientific knowledge? Right? How does scientific knowledge come about? How do we know? What are the ways through which we know? How does this scientific knowledge come about? So the nature of science, that is one of the things that the nature of science looks at. How do we know? Right? And so that is an aspect. In addition, the nature of science explores the values and the assumptions that are inherent in scientific knowledge, right? There are certain values, certain assumptions. When we speak about scientific knowledge, there are certain things that we take for granted. But when we look at the nature of science, we begin to analyze those underlying assumptions, right? And kind of take them apart and say, is this really a good and valid assumption? Or are we, standing on a really shaky base? So the nature of science looks at that. It looks at key principles and ideas which provide science as a way of knowing. So these three things, way of knowing, way of investigating, and as a body of knowledge are going to be some of the things that we're going to be talking about as we go on. So all of these things together comprise what we talk about when we talk about the nature of science. So you have to kind of get it in your head, and every time you talk about the nature of science, what is science like? What are the values? What are the assumptions? How does scientific knowledge develop? Right? What are some of the key principles and ideas that we use when we describe science? So a lot, even in your definitions that you have given me, I see some aspect of the nature of science coming out. But I want you, when you look back, after we are finished, when you look back, that you can see them for yourself. You can say, oh, there, that is one assumption here, right? And that's another one, etc. So as we go through and talk about different points about the nature of science, I'm hoping that you will see that. Any questions, issues? Yeah. All right. So continuing on the nature of science, Jenkins and Whitfield wrote a piece, and they have described science as a discipline. So we want to talk about what do we mean when we talk about a discipline, and do you think that science is a discipline? What makes it a discipline?
I think science is considered as a discipline. Definitely.
You said you think science is a discipline?
It definitely can be considered a discipline.
All right. What's the biggest thing that you say it is a discipline?
Just like you could compare it to Kung Fu, studying Kung Fu, where you have a different formula, different methods used that have been proven to affect the body, like Tai Chi, which is a study of Kung Fu. You move your body in certain methods, and it's said to heal the body. You have different forms that heal the kidneys or the liver or the lungs. So just like science, you have different formulas, different methods that have been proven to affect or have been proven to cause something to happen in effect of practicing XYZ So that's why if you follow the method, then you're following a discipline, and so that's science. Does it make sense?
Okay, so you're saying you consider it to be a discipline because it contains a set of methods or formula that work.
Yes, I made an analogy of Kung Fu to science.
Right. Okay, good. No, I was just, yes, I got your analogy. I got it. It was extracting the essence out of it. All right, great. Okay, thanks. Anybody else want to share on that? Why, if you consider science to be a discipline, and why? Are you there?
I'm not sure what a discipline is. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah. Nobody else wants to share on the discipline. All right, we can proceed. I'd like you to share on something else. All right, so this is Jenkins and Litchfield's definition of a discipline. So on the basis of these definitions, would you consider science to be a discipline? Know that you have a little bit more information to go on. Would you say it is, it is not?
It is based on the definition. Yes, definitely.
It is. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. It definitely, we have available knowledge. So it's not just knowledge out there, just like that, but it has to be organized. That is where the discipline comes in. So this knowledge is not just knowledge that is just available in a sort of haphazard, ad hoc manner, but this knowledge is organized in a way that makes it suitable for learning. And we have further broken down our scientific knowledge into various parts. So we have chemistry, and we have physics, we have biology, we have agricultural science, we have integrated science, and earth science, and various other areas. So yes, yeah, definitely.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
If the knowledge is not organized, are we saying it's not science?
If the knowledge
is not a discipline, sorry.
If the knowledge is not
part of it, or not, it will become a part of that discipline if it's not organized.
Right. So if it's not organized knowledge, if we're going based on the definition, it's organized or a community of concepts, then it would seem then that it's not. All right. Suppose we have various bits of knowledge, right, or bits of data, and that data is not organized in a format that makes it understandable, then we wouldn't consider that to be a discipline, because if it's not in a form that makes it understandable, you won't be able to learn it. So we can have then available information, but if that information is not organized to make it understandable, then it could be considered a discipline.
Okay.
Right. But we can always add to that body. So you have a discipline, you can always add. So as it is in science, so there's an organized body of knowledge, right? But each day, every day, there are things that are discovered that come to the fore that would not have been part of this discipline, but they can now be grafted into and become part. So you put them where they belong. So for example, if there is a discovery in chemistry, right? You would organize, you would put that under in the appropriate area where it should be within the discipline. So that is how new knowledge becomes a part of the discipline, I would say. Anybody else on that? All right, so let's look at some of the features of disciplines. These are what Jenkins and Whitfield have said. All right, so let's think about science and let's see if we can tick them off. Does science have a history and a heritage of literature? Does it have its own distinctive public criteria? Does it have conceptual framework, modes of investigation? Does it use special language and symbol? Is there a communicating community of men and women? Right? Is there some expression of human imagination? All right, so is there any that you think science does not have? Are we there?
Yes, Miss, we're here.
Yes, we're here. We're here. Just going over the bullets. I think that science is a discipline again. Like it has all of those factors that you just described. I mean, even right down to some expression of human imagination.
Right.
You know, you can look at some pseudosciences or psychology, you know what I mean, and factor those issues into the expression of human imagination that falls under science being a discipline.
Definitely, definitely. There's definitely you have to have imagination in science because the various things that come out of science in terms of the end products, some of the end products, right? That takes imagination. You conceptualize something in your mind, you know, and then you go about creating it. And that takes a lot of imagination. Even an imagination, not just in making something, but also in writing. There are so many ways actually. And we will look at some of them as we go along. That imagination is involved in science. It tends to be part of the science that we don't seem to actually realize that it is there. But yeah, there's a lot of imagination in science. And what about the special language or symbol? Do we see that in science?
The community of men or women who have been initiated into the domain of the experience.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're asking? Yeah, sure. I mean, they're famous scientists.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. There definitely is. There are very many science organizations, right? And in order to become a part of these organizations, you kind of have to be initiated. You have to have certain criteria. So there is a scientific, what we call a scientific community, right? We've heard that spoken of.
Yeah, like all the journals, the scientific journals, the people who write them, the doctors who have to continuously get credit to be current in their field. So yeah.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah, and there are not just doctors, but scientists like chemists, but there are also journals for science teachers as well, right? So that's part of the community.
Yes, I wasn't just referring to like general practitioners or medical doctors. I mean, like, you know, you could have scientific doctor of science, metaphysics, or whatever that need to, you know, still do so many credits a year in order to maintain their affiliation with whatever journal that they're submitting to. whatever their publications are, they need to be able to say, yes, I've done this many courses per year and whatever, etc.
Yeah, very good. Also, another way you could think about that as well. When you write a paper, right? If you write a paper and you submit it to a journal, you go to a conference and you present your paper. In doing that, what we're doing is you're sharing with the scientific community what your findings are on a particular issue, right? And then that community basically scrutinizes sort of what it is that you're saying, offers their opinions and offers feedback on what it is. So there definitely is a scientific community, for sure. But what I was asking about was if you consider that science has special language or special symbols.
Yes, I think we will all agree that it does.
Yes, because I think in chemistry and physics, there's a lot of symbols that we use in communicating. And even most of what we use in chemistry and physics, they're not English. Most of them they are Greek letters and Latin. So most of the time in chemistry, for you to be able to communicate effectively, you must know all these signs and symbols, and mostly are not in English language.
Yeah, that's true. And isn't that part of the difficulty that our students cite when some of the times when they speak of difficulties that they have in science? The jargons. You have to know the jargons. You have to speak science. So, well, certainly for chemistry, the language of communication is equations. That's universal. So if you're studying chemistry and you don't know, you can't write equations and you don't know symbols, you're going to be in a whole world of trouble, right? And in physics, there are a lot of formula. Well, you have them right across the board, but in physics, you tend to have more, right? So there's a lot of formula that you have to be on top of. And if you don't understand what the different symbols mean, then you're going to be in a world of trouble. So that is true. Yeah, and the computer science is full of your own kind of computer language that you have to know. So definitely. All right. So pretty much we can kind of put a seal on it that science is definitely a discipline. It meets all the criteria that we have here. And yeah, so based on what Jenkins and Ritchie have said, yeah, we agree with them. Science is a discipline. So let's move on to see what other aspect of the nature of science we can talk about. All right, so we're going to talk about what Conan says. All right, this is another writer, all right, who talks about the nature of science. Because we have a lot of people. The nature of science is actually one of those areas that a lot of researchers are going into now. It's something, if you have a research to do, it may be something that you're interested in looking at. Right? They have a lot of nature of science instruments. So as you learn more about it, it will become something that, you say, hey, I'm interested in this. Let me pursue it. All right. Just something to think about. All right. So let's look here at what Conan has to say about the nature of science. His views. Avo, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, come here.
I'm sorry. We normally say, Avo. All right, Avo. Do you see, and everybody else, do you recall your definition of science just now?
Yes, I do.
Do you see any similarities between the definition that you proposed and what Conan says about science?
Yes, it's dynamic, it's tentative. Mm-hmm.
Right. So you mentioned that science is both is not constant, but is dynamic, right? And we are seeing here where Conant is talking about the dynamic nature of science, but he's saying also that it is not only dynamic, it has static parts as well. So he's saying it's more, both of them coming together. But we're going to talk about it some more, right? Because we're going to have some more discussion to see whether we agree with how Conant puts it. But Conant starts out by talking about science as a continuous activity. How would you illustrate that science is a continuous activity? How would you explain? What could you put forward to say that?
Are you asking me in particular?
No, I'm asking everyone.
In terms of I can think of an example in terms of agricultural science.
Okay.
If we just do a simple experiment in terms of the germination tests, we can see that it's continuous. We can have the students have the seeds and the necessary conditions that are necessary, air, etc., water and stuff. And then we can have them see that it will germinate, then it will move into a seedling, and we can have it transplanted into a plant, then it will go to flowering processes, etc., etc. So it doesn't end at any one stage, and then the seed that it will bear, it will continue that continuous cycle. So it's never ending cycle. That's one example I can think of.
Okay, good. That's a good concrete example. Does anybody else have anything kinds of the continuous activity? Just a different way of looking at it.
Yes, Samuel from America.
Go ahead, Samuel.
Yes, I think science is continuous because, to me, we still have a lot we can still get to know about science, and what we've known can be a foundation of what is yet to come. To me, I believe in time to come, vehicle might be moving at a faster rate. For example, vehicle might be moving at the speed of light or at the speed of sound. But like the knowledge we have already, the static, we create a foundation. But I think there's a lot we yet to know about science. But because it's dynamic, the static can always help us when we get to where we imagine, where our imagination is taking us in science.
I'm not sure I quite got that. I'm not sure I quite got that.
Okay, I said is that science is continuous because we have the foundation, the static. And I made an example of vehicle that in time to come, we might see a vehicle moving at the speed of sound or even at the speed of light. But the static part of it, which is the laws we know, can guide us to what we imagine about what can happen in the future. And because science is dynamic, we may get there later in the future.
Okay, I got you. Okay, thanks. All right, yeah. So, but even thinking about science as a continuous activity, right? If we consider it, it is something that goes on and on. And earlier, I don't recall who was it who mentioned that in looking at the history of science, those persons who came before us, those scientists who came before and the work that they have done, I think it might have been Jason, we continue to build on what it is that they have left. So they have set a foundation of sorts, and we keep improving on what it is that they have. So it continues, it's a continuous activity, but not only is it continuous, it is something that is being improved at every step along the way, right? So it's getting better and better because we can learn from the mistakes of the past.
Evolution.
Right. Oh, yes, of sorts. That's right. All right. So he talks about the static and the dynamic views, and talks about the static as being the body of knowledge. So the body of knowledge is there, right? But that body, which is static, he says, no, you can use that information and carry out further work. and that carrying out of the further work is what adds the dynamism to the science, right? So we don't find much flaws with what Conan has to say. We pretty much agree with what he's saying. All right, we still have some other ideas on the nature of science. All right. Okay, see my screen still?
Yes, we're seeing, yeah.
Okay, because you have some more reading to do. All right. I don't know. You can talk. You can talk with each other about this as you do your reading. The article is a little long. So what I could suggest is that you take points, particular areas, and note for the discussion. But I'm going to give you 15 minutes. Now, I included this in the folder that I sent you. But if not, I don't know. Can you see the address that is up?
Yes.
The link. Can you see? You can see clearly. Okay, good. Because I was a little bit concerned about that. All right. So can I give you some time to do that, and then we have a discussion? All right. Let me just check in.
Yes. How many minutes? Sorry.
15 minutes.
Okay. Just read it.
Right. So read it and note your points for discussion.
Okay.
All right. Everybody there? Jason? Jason?
Sorry, yeah, I'm not sure. Is that the same article that's on the Google Drive?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you send the link for the reading in the chat, please? Hello? Can somebody send the link for the chat? I mean, the link for the reading in the chat.
Okay, okay, I'll do that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I'm having difficulty opening the article.
Yes, Samuel, I just asked the professor to send the link in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
I'm working on it. My house is going a little crazy, so I'll get to you as well.
Alan?
Okay. Did you see my chat? Did you get my message?
but I don't think you can get a document through that link.
Sorry?
We got it, but we can't. I'm not getting anything to that link. I think it says it has expired.
What? No, I used this just now. All right. I had to type it, so let me see if I make a mistake. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, I know it's a little long. Do you want us to take parts? So people could take pieces of the article.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have to read the whole thing.
Okay.
Franklin?
No.
Oh.
Jason, could you mute your microphone, please? Thank you.
Are you making some progress?
Yes, I think we are.
Yeah. All right. You still need a few more minutes?
I think we can probably, might take a long time, so we can probably discuss what we have so far. Just a suggestion.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That instead of trying to do the whole thing, but I just want to make sure so everybody can probably like just finish off the paragraph that you're on now, and we'll start. That's good with everyone? Hello out there.
I think we're ready. I think we should. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just finish up the paragraph, and then we that's all right. Ashley, I see you're halfway through. All right. So just finish what you're reading now, and we'll just talk about some of the general points. All right. Okay, let's go again then. Okay, folks, I know that's an interesting article. Let's finish it up later. let's go. All right. So are we back? Let's just check. Linton, are you back? Linton, are you there? All right. Samuel, are you there? Samuel? No. Vanessa?
Yes, we're here.
Vanessa and Tracy, yeah. Okay. I see Sandra. I see Jason. Linton?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, you're there. Okay. All right. And Ashley's there. Ava?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Okay. So let's start our discussion now of what we have gathered so far. All right. You want to just throw forward some points, and then we talk about it, and then we have a more general discussion. But what is it? What's the thing that comes out at you most? What is it that you have read that has most affected you about the nature of science, based on how far you have got?
Can you repeat the question, please?
What is the thing that jumps out at you most about the nature of science, out of what you have, out of the points that you have read, which point do you consider to be most important to you or has most affected you? I just want you to speak on one, each person. Just for
I guess for me, oh,
sorry. Go ahead, Jason.
It was just something I was thinking about before with regards to the importance of teaching the history of science in science teaching. When it's kind of towards the end of the chapter, I guess, where it talks about the cultural or the social science being taught in a social or cultural setting, that it also is teaching values. So I was thinking the history of science could be a useful way to bring those values out, the values that are related to different scientific endeavors.
Right, and you may remember one of the things that we said about the history of science, and we were talking about why the history of science is that through teaching the history of science, we get a richer understanding or a greater insight into the nature of science. So you're right on point. All right. Next person, or you want to jump on what Jason has said?
What stood out for me was that it's absolutely right that science, there are certain principles that just are foundation, they haven't changed. The world is very understandable, we can study it. Can you imagine what would happen if today we have gravity and tomorrow we don't? So the fundamental principles are there, and that allows us to build on them each time. And so we have this body of knowledge that's already there, and as we add to it, it simply means that we're improving on what we know already, or perhaps just like with Newton and Einstein, as it said, Newton's mechanics still work. Just Einstein improved on it and showed that, okay, under X conditions, this is what happens.
Okay, so that's looking at the durability of scientific knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, great. But while it is durable, it is also somebody else. Did anybody read about tentative nature? Anybody want to talk on that? What you think that means, what we understand about the tentative nature of scientific knowledge? Because it's durable. On one hand, it is durable, but on the other hand, it's also tentative. Anybody else want to talk about that? That's what you think.
I think we kind of discussed that a while back, saying that it's sensitive just for a while. It's based on a situation. It can change from time to time. It's not constant. It's dynamic. You might have one view of something, but with more information, with development, you tend to change. You cannot say for sure that's with 100%. That's it. That's science. It does change. It does allows itself for new developments and new discoveries. So in that way, I think it's tentative.
Okay, that's good. So that seems therefore like a paradox of sort, isn't it? That we, on the one hand, we say scientific knowledge is durable, but on the other hand, it is tentative. Seems like a paradox, but actually, when we begin to flesh it out, we realize that in truth, that is how it is, and the two coexist, right? So durability we look at in terms of we can depend on scientific knowledge. It doesn't change every day. So there are certain predictions that we can make, and pretty much, they will come through. But at the same time, there is that dynamic nature, that tentativeness of science, that science does in fact change. It doesn't change every day, but it does in fact change. So I have a question. Can you everybody, can we think of an example of that you could put forward as to illustrate the tentative nature of scientific knowledge? Can you think of anything?
I think.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody wanted the question repeated?
I was saying, can you think of an example that we could use to illustrate the tentative nature of scientific knowledge?
I'm thinking in terms of the medical field. before, like for example, if you had contracted HIV in the last 30 years or so, you know, you think it's time for you to die, just lie down in your grave one time. But now in terms of development of antiretroviral drugs and etc., you know, people have been living with that disease for a number of years and they still can. So I'm thinking that in that area of medical, that's an example. Also maybe in terms of artificial insemination, we know that we no longer really, forgive me, need a male species, because a woman can now go to a sperm lab. I mean, we might need a physical sperm, but a woman can now go to a sperm lab and have a baby. So all these things were not imaginable, I mean, 50, 100 years ago. So if you had asked a scientist, then he might have said, no, you really need men physical presence and etc., but that no longer obtains. So that's a few examples. Sorry, Linton. Jason, my apologies.
Okay, so the way in which we conceptualize reproduction has changed, right? Yeah, right. So our views, and a lot of stuff. But in one example that I always use, for example, now if I ask you how many planets there are, your correct answer should be that there are 8, right? But you know that, right? So we won't say that there are 9 planets. We should say that there are 8 planets. And that has come about, that's a change in scientific knowledge, because what has happened is that based on the definitions and based on better information, it is now known that, well, Pluto no longer qualifies to be a planet. And therefore, so while when I was in primary school, I learned that there were 9 planets, and in high school. But now we're seeing that there is a change in knowledge. So and that lasted for a long time. So we could have said this is dependable knowledge. It was very durable. For many, many years, we said that there were 9 planets, but over time, that changes. So that is one example. And you have been a very good one, Ava. But in addition to that, if we consider the development of the atom, how we conceptualize the atom. In the time of Democritus and the Greeks, ages ago, they conceived of the atom as a hard, indivisible ball-like substance. And that is how they came up with the name atom. That's what it means. Atom was indivisible. But no, I mean, so much has changed. As we learn more about the atom, we realize that most of the atom is empty space. It's not hard, it's not indivisible. It actually contains other particles, photons, electrons, neutrons. Now we're into quarks and other particles. So our view of very many things have changed drastically. So we see that, yeah, scientific knowledge does change very slowly, but it does change. So it is both durable and tentative at the same time. Right. Anybody want to comment on that? Where's the rest of everybody? Are we sleeping?
It's fine.
You're there.
Linton,
I'd love to hear your voice. Linton?
Yeah, I'm there.
Do you want to say anything?
No, I'm following.
Okay, we'd love to hear from you. All right. Anybody have any point that you want to share? I have a list of points that we're going to go to, but does anybody want to share anything else that kind of popped out at you from your reading, from the reading?
One more point. I liked the fact that they mentioned that scientific and religious knowledge, the views are different, so they differ. So I'm thinking that there's maybe a lot of bias sometimes when they report so-called facts in science based on where you stand. Because I always say science and religion, they don't mesh together very nicely, especially if you be religious. I mean, people don't like to hear it, but I think they don't go well together, because your morals and your values and religious knowledge will at some point conflict with what you learn. So you really have to be I'm not sure, really rooted in your convictions,
Right.
and to do that. So I'm not sure how we can separate the two somehow. Can we? I'm not sure.
Yes. All right. So they say science can explain stuff, right? We use science to explain things that happen, but there are some things that science just can't explain. All right, like so supernatural phenomenon, for example, cannot be explained by science. So when you talk about miracles and faith, issues of faith and superstition, for example, those things fall outside of the ambits of science. So it's like when you look at the philosophical base of science and then faith-based things, they have two different bases. So you're talking about different ways of knowing. So there is a scientific way of knowing, but there is also the faith-based way of knowing. So they are really very different. So science can explain things, but it can't explain everything. As it can't explain superstition, it can't, stuff like that people believe in. It can't explain the working of miracles, etc. And it doesn't try to, by the way, right? So it's different ways of knowing, different ways of understanding. So they are separate. If you try to put them together, you get conflict, because something is going to conflict with somebody's religious beliefs, something in science, for example, etc. And so there are different ways of knowing. There are two separate ways of knowing. So you're right.
On that same point, I think science is actually trying to sort of bridge the gap, because, for example, you have the traditional forms of medicine, and then now you have the alternative forms of medicine, which are now coming in, and people are paying attention to it because they're realizing that both actually work hand in hand.
True. Yes. So, right. That's correct. Because there are some things that we do traditionally that actually have a scientific basis, but we didn't know. So, for example, like a lot of teas and foods and stuff like that our grandparents or parents ate or told us that you could boil this for X, Y, and Z. The scientific evidence, there was no scientific evidence to support them saying that. They just knew that it worked. But no, scientists are actually investigating those sort of traditional things and are finding out that in truth and in fact there is, some active ingredient within that substance that helps with a particular sort of malady. So there is the scientific evidence supporting some of what we know traditionally. Of course, some things are nonsense, but some are some have good grounding in the science. All right. Well, we'll go back to our PowerPoint then, if nobody else has anything to say on that. What happens? It's very strange. Are you seeing my screen? The PowerPoint?
Yes, you can see.
Okay, good. So it's just to capture some of the things that we have said. We talk about scientific knowledge being durable yet tentative. All right. And remember what we're talking about. We're talking about the nature of science, some of the key assumptions and values that underpin science. So when we think about science and we talk about science, these are some of the things that we don't really bring to the fore, but they are an inherent part of what we're saying. all right? And we ask, how is this? And we've shared some examples. Normally, and a couple of definitions that we put forward for science earlier alluded to the fact that there is a scientific knowledge, there's a scientific way of operating, what we call the scientific method, right? But more recent views about science is that there is no fixed set of steps, because the scientific method tends to create, and it has been criticized by a number of authors, that it presents this view of science as a kind of linear path. So you do this, you know, you come up with your aim, and then after your aim, you determine what your apparatus is going to be, and after your apparatus, then you have your method, and after your method, then you get your data, and after your data, then you draw your conclusion. But we know that in truth and in fact, science doesn't always go in that perfectly linear fashion. Isn't that so?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I was waiting. I was waiting. Okay, right. So it's not always a very linear process. So there are no really fixed set of steps that you must adhere to. Sometimes it is, you know, sometimes it may start with an observation. So you observe that something happens, and you observe it over a period of time, and you say, I'm going to investigate this. So you could well start with the observation. You don't always start with an aim. That may come later on, right? It often starts with a problem. Same observation thing, right? So there is not this fixed set of steps. You can carry it out, but the way we organize our scientific report is more for presentation. So the presentation style, and to make it easier to read, rather than to say that this is how science is. So that's not really true. All right, so there are no fixed set of steps, but as we discussed earlier, there are certain features of science that give it distinct character as a mode of inquiry. So that inquisitiveness, that skepticism, right? So I need to see the evidence. Where's the evidence? If you don't have the evidence, I'm not going to believe you, right? So this heavy reliance on evidence drives science. But yet, at the same time, as we said, although there is heavy reliance on evidence, there is use of imagination and a lot of creativity that is incorporated into science. So science is, the nature of science is pretty interesting, right? It's very interesting. And it seems like a paradox in some instances when we actually look at it. So, right, so we just spoke about this, that science can provide explanations, but we can't understand everything through science because there are different ways of knowing, right? And one of the things that that normally a lot of people in the pure sciences, in the hard sciences, may tell you that their research is 100% objective. But in truth and in fact, there is no 100% objectivity, because once you have a human being that is involved in the research, there is going to be some degree of subjectivity, because we bring our interpretations, we bring our experiences, our prior experiences, and all our socialization. We bring all of those are a part of who we are, a part of how we think, a part of how we operate. And so there always is subjectivity. What science tries to do is to reduce subjectivity and to enhance objectivity. But science is both objective yet subjective. All right. I'll pause. Anybody want to comment on anything so far? No. Yes?
I thought in the chapter it was relevant where they were talking about bias and how when people used to research chimpanzees, I think it was, and it's predominantly male scientists doing that, they were focusing on researching the competitive behavior amongst chimps. But then when female scientists got involved in the research, they were looking at how female chimps help to build community.
Right.
So that's like both the topic of research was subjective to their gender, based on their gender, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. And that only brings out the point that you're going to have subjectivity in science. So even just based on the gender of the scientists, because they were male, they were more interested in how the male of the species behaved, right? More so than the female. And so they tended to take, a particular path. And so there is always going to be some degree of subjectivity, but as we say, what we opt for is objectivity. But we have to appreciate there is subjectivity as well. And Jason, you made the point earlier, that's the last point here, about the science being socially and culturally embedded, right? So, and if we think about it, we can even extend this to politically, because scientists are not removed from their cultures and their countries and their people. They work within a particular environment. And so what happens socially is going to affect scientists. So for example, you understand how when we had chikungunya, for example, when we had a chikungunya outbreak here in Jamaica, did you have one? The chikungunya virus, you know of it?
Yes, we had it in most Caribbean countries, if not all, yeah.
Right, okay. So what was happening is that everybody was focused on chikungunya. So the research, there's a lot of research that was going on that surrounded chikungunya, and it's still going on. Why? Because that is a social problem that was affecting all of us, right? Culturally, in terms of the research, also the research that our scientists carry out. There's a lot of research now into ganja, right? Because ganja is something that is being talked about in the media everywhere, and culturally it is something that affects us. And a lot of the traditional plants, scientists are now looking into those sorts of things. So how scientists work is affected by the social, by the cultural, and also by the political, because sometimes politicians will support, depending on which party is in power, you can get money for research, right? So scientists are just normal people who are affected by all the things that are happening around them, just like the rest of us. So that's great. All right, so at this point, I have to ask you an important question, and that is, we could go, because we're actually supposed to have an hour break. We have only taken 10 minutes, so if you wish, we could go until like 2 and just finish, or as soon as we wrap this part of the discussion up, we could close off. And and then you take the rest of the break, or you could have a break now, and then we come back and close off. What would you like to do?
You said if we continue, we can finish early. Is that what you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, because then you will get the break at the end.
Okay, that will work for me. I'm not sure about anybody else.
All right.
That's my vote.
Yeah, I think I vote that.
Then Shirley.
Sorry, actually, that was you. I didn't hear your response.
Yes, please. Let's finish early.
Finish early. All right. Okay. Well, so let's do that then. All right, because we're almost wrapping up. All right. So I have another reading, but I think you might be stretched a little bit. So I'll just leave you to let you read this at home, all right? And but we'll still discuss it. So some research, quite a bit of research, as I said, has been done in the area of the nature science, and one area that a number of authors have looked at is how teachers and students view the nature science. And when you begin to read the literature on the nature of science, one of the persons that you will meet who has written like extensively on the nature of science is this gentleman called Norman Lederman, right? And he carried out a study in 1992 that looked at how teachers view science, view the nature of science, and how their students view the nature of science. So we'll just look at some of the conclusions that he came to. So I'll actually give you the conclusions, and later on you'll read, all right? So here is what he concluded, and this was actually a review, all right? So Lederman came to the conclusion that students did not possess an adequate understanding of the nature of science. They didn't understand the nature of science, but neither did their teachers, right? And a teacher with more teaching experience did not necessarily have a better understanding of the nature of science than a teacher with little experience. So teaching experience was not a factor in teachers' understanding of the nature of science. And as a result of that, well, that is part of the reason for this course, actually. The rationale when you think about it, why teaching nature of science, because a lot of teachers do not have adequate understanding of the nature of science, and their students by extension do not. And so Lederman proposed that, well, no, another finding that he had was that techniques to improve nature science, the teaching of nature science, only had some success. And most success was found when they incorporated historical aspects of science. So the way this course is created, incorporating the history of science and talking about the nature of science, Lederman and others found that when the teaching of the nature of science was approached in this way, it improved teachers' understanding of the nature of science. So we're hoping that we'll have the same sort of results, that at the end of the day, we'll have a much better understanding of the nature of science, of the history of science, etc. All right, so the question though is that if teachers and students have poor understandings of the nature of science, what should we do about this? What is to be done? And this gentleman, Mignot, wrote an article in which he used some case studies to illustrate some strategies that could be integrated into a science lesson. And these 3 case studies we will look at towards the end of the course, because they're going to form, well, certainly it's going to be a part of the final assignment. We're going to need it to talk about the final assignment. And it will present for us some solutions of sorts to this issue of poor understandings of the nature of science and of the history of science. Are we there still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello.
Still here. Still here.
Yes, we do.
All right, I'm just checking. All right, can I ask us to do this, and that will be the end? We'll sign off after this. All right, there is, so in the folder, I have, there's a document that says myths of the nature of science.
You mean like the world is flat? Is that like, would that?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
How they used to think the world was flat? Like something like that would be a myth? Is that what you mean?
Oh, no. Well, yes, but what I want I actually have limits for you, right? So if you look in the folder, there is a document in there that has some myths about science, right? And I want you to choose one of those, and then we're just going to talk about it briefly. Is that clear up?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen the document I'm referring to?
I'm trying to get it now.
Okay. All right, no problem.
Tracy and Vanessa just sent it to us. Because when I open up the Google Drive, I don't see any documents in the folder.
Okay, all right. So somebody will send it. Tracy might send it to you then.
So we're supposed to choose one myth to look at?
Right. I just wanted to choose one myth. Think about it. Although I think you guys really did the thing already. And just talk about what you think should be since it's a myth, what you think should be the correct understanding.
I can actually start if everyone's ready.
All right, let's give them a moment. 2 minutes. Or 1 minute. Okay, that was Ashley. Ashley, you said you wanted to start. Was that you?
No, it was Vanessa.
Okay, Vanessa, you can go ahead now.
I actually used to work in medical research, so the scientists are particularly objective one.
Yes.
Is very relevant to me. Our research was based entirely on who was funding us and what results they wanted.
Right.
So not objective at all.
Okay, but in terms of carrying out the research, though, there were some things that you did to try to ensure objectivity in the research itself.
We were actually looking at gene expression in patients who went on to develop prostate cancer.
Right.
And the pharmaceutical company that provided most of our funding wanted a particular result, which meant that we restricted what we were looking at to what they wanted. So we didn't particularly include, we were doing microarrays primarily, so we didn't particularly include genes that they weren't interested in, but would probably have been relevant had we had free hand to do what we wanted.
Very good. That's an excellent example. And that just ties in with the point that we were making, that scientists cannot get away from the politics and the social and the cultural and what's that, the business side, but just the whole environment in which they operate. That's true. Because sometimes, you know, people will pay for what will, the results that will suit them, and the scientists have to, you know, well, they don't have to, but some do, you know, fix the results to get the outcome that they're looking for. So yes, true. It's the same.
We had a major breakthrough completely by accident.
Okay, yes.
We had 3 spaces left on the microarray slide, so we just randomly selected 3 genes to put on there, and one of them was hugely overexpressed in 98% of patients that went on to develop prostate cancer. Wow. So we then had to backpedal and explain why.
Yes. That, by the way, is something that we call serendipity in science, and we will talk about that on Thursday. Right, that there is this serendipitous nature of science as well that we often don't talk about. Just chance, things occurring, a lot of chance occurrences that have just turned out to be huge breaks for us. All right, so thank you, Vanessa. All right, and, as we take about 2 more, because I realize that I've gone into overtime now, I still want to give you a break. So can we have two more?
Hi, it's Tracy.
Tracy?
Yes.
Yes.
The one about acceptance of new scientific knowledge being straightforward, I don't think I totally agree with that one, because if you look at global warming, there's lots of scientific knowledge being given out, but not everyone agrees what's being said about it.
Oh, Tracy, it's bad. We're not hearing you very well.
Yeah, we're on the same page. I don't get to hear you very well either. I was saying the acceptance of scientific knowledge is saying it's straightforward, but I don't believe that's true, because you put the information about global warming out there and it's not always interpreted the same way or accepted the same way.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah.
Were you able to hear me better that time we put the computer upside down?
Oh, sorry?
I was wondering if you heard me better. We have the computer upside down now, trying to find the microphone.
Well, I'm hearing you better.
It's upside down.
Yeah, that worked better just now. All right, thanks for that. Could we have another person, somebody else want to share on one of the bits? The rest of us can share next time.
Go ahead, Linton. We're dying to hear from you.
Silence.
Samuel Dominica?
Yes, Samuel?
Yes, the one I'm thinking about is a hypothesis is an educated guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like with the way it is often used, everyday use, students sometimes assume it's just making an intelligent guess of what they think will happen before an experiment. But scientifically, before you can make an hypothesis, you must have the background knowledge of what the experiment is supposed to look like, and also you must have an experience based on the experiment you want to perform. So it's not just making any guess, it must be based on your background knowledge of the experiment, and everything has to be based on scientific facts that support the experiment you're about to undergo.
Right, so it's often based on some sort of observation or something.
Yes.
Some wild, crazy stuff that sometimes students come up with, right? I agree with you. So it really shouldn't be called a guess of sorts.
Yes.
Yeah, it really is bad wording, but that tends to be a very popular definition that people use for hypothesis. It would be a hypothesis, an educated guess, and that's it. All right, very good. So, thank you all very much. We had some hiccups in the beginning, but I think for the most part we have kind of ironed them out. We will meet again on Thursday at the same time, and I'm looking forward to that, and I'm hoping that all the kinks would have been worked out by then. We're going to continue our discussion on the nature of science on Thursday, and I'm also going to plan to move on to induction and falsification. So based on that, I'm going to send you a chapter to read on induction and introduction to induction and falsification via your emails, which I should have got right. I have got right now. So I'm going to send that to you. Hope that the OUR daily page is up and running, and hopefully we have a much smoother time on Thursday. I'll also send you the PowerPoint presentation that we have used, and anything else that you need, you can liaise with me. You can communicate with me via email, and we will, see how best we can iron out everything to make sure that we're in tip-top shape on Thursday. So it has been great. We have talked about today the role of science, why science in education, why the history of science, and we have begun to look at what we mean by the nature of science and some of the aspects, a couple of the aspects of the nature of science. So do a nice little review, do your reading for Thursday, and I hope to see you then.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care. Bye, Linton.
One question, Professor. Do you have additional readings for us?
Yes.
For Thursday that you're gonna send us?
Right. So I said I'll send you a chapter. There's a chapter I want you to read, so I'm going to send that to you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, excuse me, please.
Yes, Linton.
No, Samuel, Dominica.
Sorry.
Yes, I just want to inform you that I did not get the link to the site. I have to call the technician in the open campus to give me the link. So I'm just informing you about that.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thanks. Sort it out for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, the chat. Some of them.